everybody. Hello, Mr. Saturn's Coffee. Thank you for the 11 months. Sorry, 72 months. It's that stupid glitch in my new chat. 11 months in a row, but 72 total. Thanks very much for the 6 years. Oh, they actually licensed one of these with that kind of art on it. That almost looks fake. Mini Classics, licensed by Nintendo. Yeah, you don't get fun stuff like this anymore from Nintendo. Surprised they finally ported this to consoles. It's really hard to play these adventure games on console though. I couldn't. Don't think I can play this one with a controller. Too much clicking in that one. Man, this is a super Canada listing because it's in French. They usually don't take it that far. Oh, they translated it. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't even know eBay did that. So like, you can't really see here, but you hover here and it shows you the original title. Best thing here is probably the Harvest Moon game and Mario Brothers. I could swear it was a different price before I clicked on this though. Okay, no it wasn't. Hello, Ostia. Don't look like PlayStation games to me. PC games. I guess a couple of PlayStation games. Hello, JRPG. Streak of all streaks. I can't see the streak in my new freaking chat. Combined chat. Oh, now I see it. Okay, hold on. I gotta look at Twitch. Just a casual 545 streak. Thanks as always, Video Gamer. Video Gamer has not missed a stream or a VOD since the inception of watch streaks. Always love seeing a stolen video game. Because you know your ass wasn't walking out the store with it like that if you bought it. $14.99. Imagine stealing that for 15 bucks. When the heck is this coming to Switch 2? Hurry up already. They teased that like, what, 6 months ago? $31 Xbox games. Not bad. Blood Rain, Breakdown, Chase, Burnout, Conquer, Crash and Burn, Dead to Rights, True Crime, Mortal Kombat, and some disc-only games. Nothing too crazy in there. So, Dark Watch disc. It's only $21. $17 shipping is reasonable. Actually reasonable if you wanted some original Xbox games. I'll link the seller. Shadow the Hedgehog is in here, which is still expensive. I'd imagine the Xbox version is probably similar to the other console versions, like maybe 50, 60 bucks. No manual. But you do get a couple controllers, a DVD remote. Looks like a GameCube power supply. Guitar Hero Metallica disc, that's probably worth at least 10 or 15 bucks. Since the complete one's pretty pricey. I'll link it just because it has Shadow for a somewhat cheap price. Thanks, Retro. Digitalis, that's a fun name. Appreciate the follow. Do I have any interest in Reanimal? Sure, during October. Well, thanks, Citrus. Appreciate the 1, 2, 3 bits. Damn, I never made an alternate notification for 1, 2, 3, huh? It feels like such an obvious one. I have so many hidden bit notifications. It's like you either gotta know them or you don't. That's pretty much it. Like a secret code. What kind of game is this? Is it actually like an action platformer? With a lot of visual novel stuff, it looks like. Screenshot there looks decent. It's a good game. Medal of Honor Infiltrator. You wouldn't expect it, but it's pretty good. Top-down isometric instead of first person. Hello, Amberg. I always forget that this game had like a holographic cover. Would have been awesome if more DS games did something like that. Isn't that a cool effect? I love that. It looks like you just pulled like a hollow Pokemon card or something. Man, you know what the next level of collectability would be for video games? If you buy them online from like Amazon or even in person, just put like a slipcover over it or something when you buy it. Rarity chances of video game covers, right? So you order your game from Amazon, right? Or Best Buy, whatever the heck. And you got a 10% chance to get like a cover like this, right? But then you got a 1% chance. Heck, maybe even like a 0.1 to get like some kind of gold embossed cover. Wouldn't that be crazy? And then a 0.001% chance to get an actual manual with the game. That way they pretty much just print one manual and someone gets it. Romeo is Dead as a Dead Man has been... It's been fun. It's got a lot of issues though. It's got a lot of padding. When you get down to the action though, it's a really fun game. I just don't like the stuff surrounding the action too much. It's a nice PSP lot. $6. Killzone, Liberation, Luminous 2, Lemmings, Hot Brain, and Tokoba. That's actually a good lot. It's only $12. And they have low shipping. 360 games, Prince of Persia. It's like a Shadow of the Colossus demo. 2 Human. Their other lots are actually not that bad either. This might be worth checking out if you're interested in any of these. They're all ending in about half an hour. And you can pick up a pair of shoes while you're at it. Train is pulling into the station and dropping off a raid. Thank you, H. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. Hello, Werter Cat. What were you guys up to tonight? Hello, Noah. Reading EGM and playing Pokemon Red. Sounds like an amazing way to spend a Saturday night. What was the best article from that issue that you read? Or like anything, the best thing in the magazine? The best revelation? Hey, thanks, Mecha-Kong. Mecha-Kong keeping the spirit of the Dornana alive. Thanks for the 75 months. I've never played Jackbox. Yeah, I never played the Jackbox stuff. See a lot of people stream that, though. Lots of speculation about the N64 DD. Oh, interesting. That must have been a fun issue. Yeah, I remember. I can't remember what magazine it was. It might have been EGM when they first did their full big feature on the Ultra 64 before it was known as the N64. That was fun. It's pretty crazy to read about the 64 DD in EGM. I'm sure, considering we never got it. Yeah, I've seen that leak about Fire Red Leaf Green remake of some, not remake, but like re-release. So I may hold off on buying the Game Boy Advance version until I see what this version's gonna be like. Because that would be a much cheaper way to play the game. Reboot Animators had an MDK series in the works. Interesting. Load the guys. What is that? Zelda Ancient Stones Chapter 4. It's got chapters 1, 2, 3, 4. Weak genius. Put this together. I like the gold they used on the cart. It actually looks like they hand spray painted that. I doubt they got a cart that color. Interesting. I don't know what that ROM hack is like. Satellaview ROM hack. I'll link it if anybody's in Canada and interested in this. Looks like they got some other homebrews here. Sand of Time. Wolf 3D complete in box. 1 of 1. For N64. Huh. They got some fun stuff. It's got Predator. That's pretty much what you'd bid on this for. Reasonably priced, reasonable shipping. It's from the Salvation Army. I'll link this Salvation Army shop. Oh yeah, the Christmas carts, retro USB. I remember those. Those are fun. And they've been making those things for so long. I remember those from way back in the day. Well, the point of my eBay streams is I look for deals for everybody else. Like I'm not sitting here buying every single thing that's a decent price. That's for sure. My eBay streams are more hangout chat rooms, not watch me spend $1,000 every Saturday night kind of thing. Hello, Inconsiderate. I have an FAQ on YouTube. I think at least I should. If you check the description, it'll probably answer some of your questions about my eBay streams. I've been doing them for a very long time on Twitch, so, you know, the YouTube audience, some people might still be a little confused as to how they work. So it's understandable. I've been doing these eBay streams every Saturday night on Twitch for probably like consistently 9, possibly even 10 years now. I used to do them sporadically, like once or twice a month, way back in the day. But I quickly shifted over to every Saturday night. If I bought games every Saturday night, it would be... yeah, it would be not be good. Hey, thanks, Real Change. I was thinking the same thing before I started the stream tonight. How many Ds will we find? But the question is, will we come into a long box D? I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Hello, Cloud. Thanks for the super chat, appreciate it. That won't happen anytime soon, Rockstar. If I ever feel like it's in the right setup for it, I will. But I can't display everything for something like that right now. Hello, Zach. So yeah, they're only hidden on YouTube side gadget because all the copyright stuff. But if you go to my Twitch or my Kick page, they're still publicly available to watch on there if you wanted to. And listen, if I could, I would gift memberships on YouTube, but you can't. Unlike Twitch, people on YouTube can't. Like, the channels themselves can't gift out subscriptions or memberships or whatever. I would, if I could, but I can't. They don't let us. It's a cute little wheelot. Dewey's Adventure, Sonic Secret Rings, Dragon Blade, which is actually guilty pleasure, pretty fun game. Couple Mario games. It's actually an okay wheelot for once. That is shocking. $17 shipping is very reasonable for that many Wii games. Mario games, no instructions. Decent. I'll link them if you want to keep an eye on that. It ends in about 38 minutes. Best thing here is probably that cart of Castlevania. Otherwise, everything's kind of just nothing special. Yeah, that looked weird. I don't remember the label looking like that. And the proportion of the label looks off. A little bit of a dirty manual. Otherwise, pretty decent copy. I'm glad that this was the way I first played Phantasy Star, though. The true experience. And mapping my own dungeons. Never forget that playthrough. You'll find out pretty soon, Gadget. There'll be a new video coming out on YouTube. Switch version is great. Yeah, the Sega Ages version. The quality of life stuff they add to that version is like so nice. Just having the map up on the side is amazing. Jumping Flash. Thanks, Share Living. Thanks for the 48 months. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that Twitch the chat combination thing, it's getting your resubs wrong. But like, I could see the real resub. Thanks to the 48 months. Yeah, Sega Ages version of Phantasy Star 2 and 3 would have been nice. Especially for 2. The maps in that game are crazy. Let's see what a copy of this is going for right now. So it looks like at minimum $100, upwards of $130. So this is a pretty good auction to keep your eye on if you're after a copy of Jumping Flash. And this is the same seller that's selling a copy of In Cold Blood, which is also, like, somewhat uncommon. How does it go? That's like the... It's like a somewhat of a sequel to, what was it, Flashback or something? I know there's something about In Cold Blood. Can't remember. Danger Girl, that can easily be like $30, $40 game. It's pretty good listings here from this seller. So I will link them. Hey, thanks. R. Elos with the 95 months. Thanks for the tier 2 as always. Very close to the big 100 indeed. Appreciate it as always, Rusty. I hope one of you wins this, because that's a great price right now. Gotta say, Series X boxes, when they do them right, do look pretty cool. The practically like borderless top here. We got our first leg of the night. Blazing Angels from Gratnell 2002. I don't think anything's gonna top what we saw last week, though. My God. Look at all their other games they took on a table. I don't know what it is about this one listing where they're like, you know what? We're gonna take this photo on top of my hairy leg. Some people, you know, they just get creative. 30 cents with a 30 stream streak. Seems fitting. Thanks, Dirty. Hello, Pepino. You decided to sell your retro game collection. Well, I wish you luck in that. What method are you choosing? Are you gonna like individually sell games off, or are you gonna like get rid of everything all at once? Stern Pinball Arcade. I don't think I've ever seen this cover on the other consoles. I'm assuming it had to have had a PS4 release like this, right? Star Trek and AC/DC limited editions. Man, these modern day pinball games are so difficult. They're so complicated. Sega Saturn Sports Game Bundle. Probably the cheapest lot you'll ever see for Sega Saturn. But it'll still go for money. They have Stern pinball machines at Costco now. I like pinball machines and everything, but I would never want to own one. The only one I want to own is the Phantom Menace pinball machine. Because not only is that one of the only pinball machines I've ever played where I survived for more than like 10 minutes. But it's also a really cool pinball machine, if you ever had a chance to play that with the holographic like projection gimmick. It's apparently notorious for having issues breaking down a lot. Moving the CRT Baby Pac-Man pinball machine. Yeah, that's got to be heavy. I've seen that before. I usually jump on the pinball, like the newer pinball machines, and I'm like, oh, look at all the flashing lights. I lose all my balls within like 3 minutes. I'm like, all right, that's enough of that. They're just so crazy. You have to like really study them in order to know what you're doing. Got a bid. It's a decent Xbox Series X slot. New games and used games. I mean, at the end of the day, is there $200+ of value here? Probably, yeah. So if you're if there's any Series X collectors here that want the link, just let me know. But I'm just gonna assume probably not. What am I sipping on? It's just chocolate protein. How many games? Looks like it's about 35 games maybe. Nah, I don't really care for muscle milk. It tastes like Ensure. Plus, the ingredients in muscle milk are not as good as others because it uses sucralose. Somebody seriously had this giant thing graded? That looks so ridiculous. They have to put it in a giant plastic clamshell. Yeah, if anybody wasn't here last week, we found out that Need for Speed Most Wanted on 360 has, like, gone way up in price. It's always been pricey, but now it's like every copy's over $100. This one here without the manual is $100 already. It's just the best way to play that game on console. Favorite announcement from State of Play? Not so much announcements. I think the favorite thing I saw was the gameplay for the Star Wars racing game. I haven't been that excited for a Star Wars game in a very long time. I think it looks fantastic. Operation Darkness. It's still expensive. I don't think it's like as expensive as it was years ago when people were panic buying 360 games though. I played Fallen Order when it came out, yeah. It was cool. Like, that was definitely one of the better Star Wars games to come out in recent times. Unfortunately, I played that game during my peak glitch hunting speedrunning phase, so like I was more concerned about how can I break the game than how can I have fun playing the game. I did find some really cool glitches though. I don't know if any of you remember my streams of that game. I found some crazy stuff. But other than that, that's like the only Star Wars game that I really got into in recent times. But yeah, the racing game is going to be great. It's hard to mess up a racing game. Yeah, the glitch on the slope when I jumped backwards up the mountain and I fell through the entire map and skipped to the end of the level. That clip actually blew up. Got a ton of views. Sports lot. Alright, thank you for saving me time. I'm not going to look at that. Ooh, look at this. Massive video game lot. PS4, 360, PS2, PSP, Souls, Halo, 80 plus games. start on the most interesting side first. Okay. Game's that on the bottom? Skyrim. Left 4 Dead, Final Fantasy 13, Sacred 2, Cameo, Condemned, Enslaved. It's kind of like standard stuff there. Well, it's got a lot of really solid games in here. Nothing, you know, rare or anything, but if you're looking to fill out your PS4 and 360 collection. Though it's one of those lots where it feels like if you have these consoles, you probably already have a lot of these games. Free shipping, though. That's gonna hurt if they're shipping East Coast during California. I'll link the seller. The free shipping makes it linkable. Gotta admire a seller that takes a gamble like that. I see Kuon's over 2,000 now. Best I saw it was like 1,500. Doesn't surprise me that much though. A lot of consoles, most older consoles now, there's usually just like that one game that just goes far above and beyond anything else price-wise. Though I will admit, and it's something people got to think about, Kuon really is $2,000 now. I think it might be time to like buy up the loose ends for your PS2 collection, because if people are starting to be willing to spend $2,000 on Kuon, what's to stop them from spending way more on other PS2 games? Right? Like, what's the next game that's going to go crazy? Happened to Robot Alchemic Drive recently. So yeah, time may be running out to pick up rare PS2 games. Because that's kind of like a benchmark. Once those 1 or 2 games start going crazy, the other ones might follow. Not to the level of Kuon, but you know, 10% increase here, 20% increase there. Because PS2 is also in that prime territory of people are getting like peak nostalgic for those type of games right now. Especially when it comes to certain genres like survival horror RPGs. It's like one of the last consoles that really featured almost exclusively turn-based RPGs. Weird experimental games. Personally, I think Guitar Man is going to be one of those games. I think Guitar Man is one of the most slept-on freaking PS2 games in existence. It's one of the most slept-on games ever, period. Oh, thank you. Steno Hero, thank you for becoming a member. I'm not hearing my alerts for that stuff right now, so hopefully I catch them. Yeah, because Guitar Man, yeah, it has a PSP port, but most people want to play that game on their CRT TV. And Guitar Man, back in the day, used to be pretty much tied with Res for the most expensive PS2 game, so it's already shown a history of being very pricey. Yeah, the innocent days when Guitar-Man, Rez, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 were the biggest, rare, expensive games on PS2. I remember those days. People thought it was crazy that PS2 games were reaching $100 each. Now keep in mind, that was when Kuon was in the bargain bin for like $5. When Rez Guitar-Man and stuff were like $100. I just had to see what was going on in that background. It looks so busy. They got a little wooden boat. Pretty clean copy, Earthbound Jim. I have Roboto Comic Drive, yeah, I've had that for a very long time. It's been a bit since I played it. And you're lucky that your GameStop actually had Roboto Comic Drive. Anytime I go into a GameStop and I look at the retro games, it's just a ghost town. It's another okay PSP lot. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Aloha. Tried to pick something appropriate for tonight. Leaning Tower of non-working 360 games. Empty cases or manual lot. Doesn't seem worth it. It's a decent racing lot right here. Shipping's a little high. Missing some manuals. It could have been good. It's actually been a very long time since I've seen a Like a big box copy of Star Ocean until the end of time in a PS2 lot. Very, very long time, actually. Decent lot, just a little too pricey. There's like no incentive to buy this one. It's practically what you'd pay if you bought everything by itself. Yes, nothing says... what can go wrong during shipping than just loose discs thrown in a cardboard box with no padding. Do I have Steamboat Chronicles? Yes. Yeah, I actually streamed that for the first time. Oh man, it might have even been 2 years ago at this point, but about a year and a half ago. I really enjoyed it. I really like the cheesy music sections, one of the best parts of the whole game. One of my pet peeves with that game, though, was there was a lack of music. There were so many silent sections of that game, but overall, it was a really unique mashup of all different genres. That was kind of fun. Wow, Troll and I on Xbox One. That's the first time I've ever seen this in an Xbox One lot. It's a little too expensive for Xbox One games, though. Yeah, Steamboat Chronicles, definitely one of the more unique standout PS2 games. Nothing else quite like it out there. Pretty clean boxes. You know what's incredible, though, is like how many people actually have all these games in their collection right now. Because most people that play Pokemon, they probably still have their childhood copies of Pokemon games. Unless you're like me and stupidly sold them all off years ago. The only one I kept was Pokemon Blue. I got rid of everything else that I had. Why did I sell them? They were worth a ton of money. And I said to myself at the time, like, I had no desire to ever go back and play older Pokemon. I just said, okay, as the new ones come out, I'll play the new ones. So I'm like, I'm never going to go back and play these ones on Game Boy Advance or anything like that. DS. So I got rid of them. And now, I'd much rather play the older Pokemon games than the newer ones. Isn't that funny how that goes? I don't remember when it was. It was quite a bit ago. But I was just very much not into Pokemon at the time. So it was pretty easy to get rid of them. I think we'll see another Ryzen 360 PS3 game prices soon. I don't think it's going to be sudden. It'll be slowly creeping gradual. I don't think we're at that phase quite yet for them to jump up in price until they officially finally close the PS3 store. But this looks like a nightmare. $70. You're pretty much paying this person $70 to take a problem off of their hands so they don't have to store this anymore. Thanks very much, Sounded Gaming. Thank you for the 60. You almost had it on Valentine's Day. Thank you for the 68 months. I don't think there's any like super niche horror games on PS3 or 360. I feel like because there's not many on either, so I feel like they're all pretty well documented. I'm trying to think if there's something that stands out. I guess the closest thing for me on PS3 would be Rain. That does kind of fall into a horror subcategory. It's almost like a Clock Tower-esque kind of game in a way. Where you're always being pursued, chased. 360? I feel like everything's got to be known on 360 at this point. I think probably the most, if you're counting digital games, it's got to be Amy. Amy and Vampire Rain are probably, like, even Vampire Rain on PS3. Like, that's one of the only things that really comes to mind. If there's a horror game that I feel like most people have not played on both of those consoles, it's got to be Vampire Rain. What games did you pick up, Matt? Yeah, I tried playing Vampire Rain a long time ago. Once again, unfortunately, in my peak speedrunning phase. So I was like trying to do this glitch that I couldn't pull off because I think ultimately it depended on what disc version I had, and I had the wrong disc version. But I look forward to playing Vampire Rain again sometime, probably the PS3 version during October at some point. Blood Siren, yeah, we never got Blood Siren in the US, but that would probably be the #1 for PS3 if you're including imports. Oh, thanks, Bombed. Always appreciate it. What racing game series would I like to see make a comeback? My #1 pick is always... I honestly, it's a close one between Ridge Racer and Wave Race, but I think I'd really give it to Wave Race. Because we've just been waiting longer for Wave Race. I would love to see a Wave... Like, how they never released a Wave Race game on the Wii is beyond me. It would have been perfect for the motion controls. Janky waggle on that game, I'm sure would have been fantastic. Wave Race is always #1 for me. Think of the water graphics now if they released it on Switch too. And then Ridge Racer. Because we haven't had a proper Ridge Racer game in a very long time. I'd love to see them do literally anything with Sonic R. Anything. Just port the damn game. Something. I'd love that. And then I could just complain the whole time I play it that it doesn't control as it should. I'm sure that'll be fun. Ooh. Alright, now here's a pretty good 360 lot. Some interesting games in here. Deadfall Adventures, which is pretty damn obscure. Enslaved Thor, which is actually a decent game. Wanted Weapons of Fate. Mass Effect Trilogy, Halo. Inversion Hellboy, which has gone up a little bit in price, actually, this Hellboy game. Quantum Theory, which was actually very expensive during the 360 apocalypse. It's come back down, though. Alien Isolation, Bladestorm, and Morph X. And Samurai Shodown Sun. and Fable 3 collectors. That's a fun variety of games right there. There's some very unusual ones you don't typically see included in a lot. I'm gonna link this seller. Velvet Assassin. That's dropped in price big time. That was getting very pricey years ago. Beatdown Fists of Vengeance. That's a fun one. I gotta go back and try playing that game again sometime. Oh, no, wait, hold on. I'm getting this confused with something else. Did I play Beatdown? Man, I'm not... No, I don't think I ever got around the beat. I'm thinking of, that whatchamacallit game? Final Fight. Good selection of games in here. Wow, look at Infernal. Remember when this game was like $100? So that's what usually happens. Infernal was like a $20 game. It is fairly uncommon. So when a fairly uncommon game gets attention like that and goes up to $100, it's not going to go back down to 20. So it kind of finds like a middle ground, and apparently $45 is the middle ground. Pretty good store. I'll link you guys the seller. I have Godhand, yes. I played it again a year or two ago. Really enjoyed it. Super fun game. Albert Odyssey and Dragon Ball Z. In Butuden. Yeah, if you enjoy Albert Odyssey, the Japanese version, you should try and eventually play the English version. It's got a fun translation. That's a bad box for Infinite Undiscovery. Apparently, Infinite Undiscovery discovered the moldy basement. Quabena? The most romantic video game of all time. It's gotta be... Tulip is pretty unique for that. It may be Tulip. I mean, a game where you just go around kissing everybody. It's pretty unique. Shadow Colossus, yeah, that's a good one. Final Fantasy X as well, with Yuna and Tidus. It's got some pretty romantic cutscenes, to say the least. Ooh. We actually have a good Wii lot. The second one of the night. At least I think it's good. Rayman Excite Truck, Secret Ring, Second Opinion, Trauma Center, The Conduit, Sonic Colors, Mushroom Men, Sonic Unleashed, which, once again, for people that don't know, Sonic Unleashed on Wii and PS2 are different games from 360 PS3 version. Red Steel Ghostbusters, Mario Galaxy. Not bad, not bad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So that's about $10 a game. Reasonable. Actually reasonable. It's kind of like just in that territory where the deal isn't quite good enough to be like, man, you gotta buy this. But it is a fair lot. They seem to have some decent game lots. Here is the seller. Yeah, for some people, the Wii version of Mario Galaxy is still the way to go. $36 games. Definitely not $300 worth. All sealed 3DS games. 43 sealed games. Am I reading this right? All sealed, okay. Huh. $250. Am I crazy, or is this actually pretty reasonable? Even though you're getting a lot of junk in here. But there's also good stuff in here. Free shipping? Free shipping. This is pretty good. Like, the cost by cost basis per game is reasonable for sure. I'll link you the seller. Yeah, it seems like you can't go wrong with that. Especially if you're okay with some licensed games. Wow, that might be one of the worst photos I've ever seen. It's like a ghostly apparition. That game just got cut out completely. I have never seen a ghost, no. I wouldn't say I'm a believer in ghosts. I also hate ghost horror movies. So, not a ghost fan. Oh, thanks, Mr. Big. Lozenge. Thank you for your Lozenge super chat. Pretty decent if you're in Canada. It's got the Punisher, which has gone up in price big time. See, it's probably gotta be, it's gotta have no manual, right? Each one has the original manual. It is actually a pretty good deal if you don't mind the shipping. Because the Punisher, that's like a $90 game at this point. And then you're also getting some other decent stuff. There's just Cerberus, Contra, Gun, Justice League, Mortal Kombat, Hulk, Tony Hawk games, multiple, Dragon Quarter, and a couple sports and Nightfire. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, shipping's crazy if you're outside Canada. But even arguably with the shipping, because of Punisher, it's not bad. Because Punisher is just so pricey now. I have Scarface, yeah. I played it for the first time a few years ago. It is a very entertaining game. It's probably one of the most vulgar games I've ever seen. Like, the curses that are flying left and right in that game are something. It's a fun GTA clone. It does get a little repetitive and tiresome, though, after a while. Because, you know, me streaming it, I was streaming it for like 5 hours at a time. It's not an ideal game to play for that. It's more of like a hour or two here or there kind of thing. So it was pretty easy to get burnt out on it. Yeah, the music was catchy in Scarface. Tons of copyright issues, though, when you play it, though, let me tell you. Pretty much my entire VOD was muted. So it was one of those things where you pretty much had to be there to watch me play it live. This is a fun pin lock. Anybody a pin collector and also happen to be a fan of Battlefront 2? You rewatch My Bloody Valentine. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. Sorry, I'm trying to like scroll up my chat, but this chatbot thing that I have now, if somebody posts a new message, it like pulls it back down. Hold on. I don't think I've ever heard of the band Ghost, 30 cents. Oh, they're selling a bunch of fun memorabilia. What is this? Vintage Y2K PlayStation 3 Japanese spell out promo shirt? It does just say PlayStation. It's a weird font though. Got any weebs out there? This might be a fun shirt for you. Well, they got some fun promo shirts. They got some pins. I'll just link you their shop. Especially for that PlayStation pin set. Why do people include their toes in the eBay pictures? That's the great mystery of life right now. Last week it was why do people include pictures of their hairy leg while wearing lingerie with like frills on it or something, lace with a stain on it at the same time. It's like I don't get it either. After seeing that, the toes are nothing now compared to last week. Thanks, Mr. Big. These are just cases. Always check it though, you never know. What's the most valuable wrestling game I own? Man, I wish it was... There's a wrestling game on 3DO that I've always wanted. Japanese 3DO wrestling game, but I never got a chance to get it. I don't know, it might be one of my 32X wrestling games, but it's probably, what is it called? That Galactic wrestling game on the PS2. Probably my rarest. Unless, no, I mean, unless we're including that muscle game that's on NES, then it might be that one. Do I like Rayman? I do, but not enough to day one buy that collection. I already have all those Rayman games. So, I mean, it's a cool collection for people that don't have them, but I already have every version of Rayman, pretty much. The best thing about that collection is probably just the ability to rewind, because those games... Rayman is hard as hell. So just being able to get some practice in would be nice. And the prototype version. But I hear a lot of people are very upset about the soundtrack. If anything, I'm kind of fascinated to hear a brand new soundtrack for Rayman. Wouldn't hold me back from playing it. Yeah, because apparently the original composer passed away and they just don't want to pay to get the rights for his music for Rayman. So they hired like the Rayman Legends composer to make a brand new soundtrack for all the Rayman games. I'm sure for hardcore Rayman fans that's a little hard to accept, but me, I can't off the top of my head, if you were like, oh, can you recall Rayman music? No, I sure as hell cannot. So in a way, playing Rayman with a brand new soundtrack, like interpretation, sounds interesting. PO Box is still open. I did renew it. So it's same address, it's open for another 3 months. Can't guarantee it's going to be renewed again after that though. For a moment, I thought this guy was like sitting on the toilet. Guess he's on a stool or something. $70. It does have a Gundam game. That Gundam game is probably worth most of the entire lot. God of War original Black Label is like 20 bucks at least these days. Final Fantasy X is like 15. Let's see what that Gundam game goes for. No, it's not the most expensive one, but a lot of Gundam games on PS2 are pretty pricey now. Gundam Federation. I think it's like 40 bucks, 35, 40. $30, $40, 35. That's pretty right on the money. So this lot is actually not terrible if you needed pretty much everything here. Assuming that comes with the manual. It looks a little beat up. Yeah, the cover's a little beat up. And the $12 shipping probably kills the value though. I gotta say, the US definitely got the better cover for Guitar Man. For sure. The US cover almost feels like the Japanese cover. My favorite ramen. I don't eat ramen anymore. Way too much sodium. Hello, EK Rails. Even then, I didn't really have a favorite. I didn't eat it very often. That was a fun CDI lot. Laser Lords, great game. This game is good too, but man, it's really hard to play. Escape from Cyber City, so difficult. Just keep dying over and over and over. Laser Lords is fun though. It's got some really wacky clay animated like stop motion stuff in it. I'll post this if there happens to be a CDI collector. Here's someone that wants 45 just for Laser Lords. Any cool Super Nintendo Genesis stuff tonight? Not yet. Actually, I don't think we passed by much Genesis stuff at all. Buck Bumble is pretty hard to get for a good price, especially complete in box now, yes. It's definitely in short supply, complete in box. And look, I say it now, we get a Genesis slot. Atomic Runner, very hard game. Mickey Mania, one of the best looking Genesis games. And one of my childhood favorites, Era the Acrobat. Just got the Warriors. Yeah, I've never played the Warriors. It's definitely on my list of PS2 games to get. Yeah, collecting for Super Nintendo and Genesis and NES, I think you meant, right? I think it was a typo. Yeah, those are fun ones. You're gonna show us the games? Come on. They like angle it so you can't read it. $1,500. I don't think there's anywhere close to that. Definitely not. A lot of games, yes, but not $1,500. My eBay streams, I browse and post the deals for people that are watching. Metaphor, Yakuza, and Monster Hunter, $30, Xbox Series X. It's actually not terrible. $10 a game. The only thing that's kind of like, whatever, is Monster Hunter Worlds. Steelbook Edition. Like a Dragon is a very fun game. I was really enjoying that for the launch of the Series X. My biggest problem, though, and the ultimate reason why I stopped, is for the launch, the game was too easy. I don't know if they ever patched it or what, but I was playing on normal or whatever the heck the default difficulty was. And you just ran through everything in that game. There was no challenge. I got tired of it. Like, it was just boring. Great game, but it was too easy. Like I was getting the bosses and they were just going down in like 10 seconds. I'm like, where's the challenge? So I stopped because it's just, I don't know, no urgency in any of the fights in that game. If I had to pick Nintendo, Microsoft, or PlayStation 2, I've never gotten into video games. Probably Microsoft. As much as I love my 360. The way they're going right now, I can definitely do without them. So yeah, get rid of them. Imagine a world without Halo 3. Utopia. I think we'd be able to live without Halo games. I have not played Snatcher, no. I used to have a copy of Snatcher. I'm so weird with... So like I had a copy of Snatcher, but my copy had no manual. I got Snatcher for like $100. Or it was like part of a bundled deal or something, I think. I can't remember exactly. It came with a lot of Sega CD games, if I remember right, back in the day. And I tried for years to get just the manual for Snatcher, and I couldn't get it. Nobody ever listed it, and if they ever did, it was just ridiculously overpriced. And I didn't want to play it because then I would become attached to the game, and I'd never want to sell it, so I just took the opportunity to... I think I traded it. Yeah, that's right. I traded my copy of Snatcher without the manual. It was just the case and the CD. To somebody for like a huge... That's right. My copy of Snatcher plus my Neo Geo AES and one game, or two games, for like a giant complete in box Atari Jaguar lot. I still, at the time, I definitely got the better end of the deal. The Jaguar games I got are still very valuable. Now, probably not so much, because Snatcher's gone up so much. Neo Geo AES has gone up so much. But at the time, I definitely got the better end of the deal. And I'm not mad about it. It's like, whatever. I don't need the Neo Geo AES. I got the MVS. Snatcher, it's like, whatever. I'd rather take a boatload of Jaguar games than Snatcher. And I'm not attached to Snatcher, right? If I had played Snatcher, the deal would have never went down. So I'm like, all right, let's get rid of it before I get any emotional attachment to this game. Snatcher at the time, without the manual, I believe was probably about $150, $100. Because I remember factoring that into the deal. Like originally, it was just gonna be the AES, but like price wise, it just they wanted one more thing for the deal because it would have been too much in my favor. So I threw in Snatcher. So yeah, I mean, I guess you can say if there's one Sega CD game I would want, it would be Snatcher, but I don't even want to look at what the hell that goes for right now. These Game Boy lots from Japan are always so deceptive. So many of these games are just like unplayable, or you'd never be able to play them because of the language barrier, or the genre is just garbage. Pretty much if this person sells this lot for $150, they've just made huge profit. Because these games in Japan, even now, probably like 200 yen a cart. They'd be making out here. Like $2, essentially. I used to do a lot of Game Boy, like original Game Boy collecting, especially import stuff, so I can look at a lot like that and immediately tell you if there's something worthwhile in there, because I know the labels. One Saturn Game League is Panzer Dragoon Saga. They got the Japanese one. Panzer Dragoon Saga is pretty playable even in Japanese. There's not a ton of story to it, and if you get stuck, you can easily just like... Honestly, you can ask AI or just like read any guide. It shouldn't be too bad. Great NES games this week. Hydlide, Operation Wolf, and Section Z. Yeah, Hydlide's a cool one. Virtual Hydlide, however, still the best in the series. That's one of the neatest looking listings I've ever seen on eBay. Seriously. Look at that. It's so neat and organized. I swear they're not even off by a centimeter with these games. They're just like all lined up perfectly. Game Boy Micro. I'm not sure what Game Boy Micros go for right now. Game Boy Micros just feel so practical these days. Because most handhelds now, you know, they're kind of bulky. Even a 3DS to some degree. I mean, that ain't the easiest thing to throw in your pocket and walk around when you still got like cell phones and wallets, whatever you're using. Game Boy Micro, so small. So easy to just like take with you. There was something about the micro screen though. When you played a good-looking game, like I remember Golden Sun on that thing looking incredible. Just the resolution just looked crazy on that thing. It looked more detailed to me at least. PS3 and a 360 for parts or repair. Nothing too good. Well, Lowrider is like a almost $40 game. There's lots of usually more trouble than they're worth. OLED monitor? No. No, I just got like a regular LCD one. Not the GameCube version, no. This is actually a pretty good lot. Only 2 meter is Black Label though. Nanotech Warrior. Man, that I can remember when that used to be like a $40 game. Price has definitely come down a little bit on that though. But Black Label Tenchu N2O is also like easy $20 game. Looks like I've already looked at their other items. Yeah, I remember the seller. They have some. They list stuff for very fair prices. This might be a fun PSP lot for somebody because it's one of the only ways. Do a different playlist. It's one of the only ways to own Breath of Fire 3 physically. We never got this here in the US. You had to import it, but it is in English. It's the PAL version. So if you want a handheld version, plus a few other RPGs, a little pricey though. Breath of Fire 3, not that expensive. Last time I looked, so let's double check. How do I know? Because I sold my copy like 10 years ago. It was not worth a lot back then. Let's see. 45 bucks. So, yeah, probably better off just buying it on its own. Because these other games here, I think you'd be overpaying a bit. Yeah, I can't do retro achievements, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I don't emulate games. If I did, I'd love retro achievements. I've never owned an OUYA, no. I wish I did. I wish I had an OUYA at launch. Hello, Harmonious. Homie D Clown? What in the hell? Like, that sounds very familiar. What is this, though? That looks so creepy. In Living Color? There was a game based off of In Living Color? Seriously? Wow. Wonder how this is. Looks like an adventure game. Hello, Carol. You know what I better do before we get too deep? Rain, rut, Roblox. You know, do what you can. It's not gonna take out everything. Fortnite, digital. Oh, and pet or adopt. I think is adopt. There we go. This game just keeps going up and up. I mean, I knew it would. If you play this game, you're like, yeah, there's no way. I played this when it was still like a $40 game, and I'm like, listen, you need to get this game right now. Sure enough, it just keeps going up and up. Very, very unique PS2 RPG. No one ever talks about it. Never hear anything about Suganai Atonement. I still look or buy store displays for games? Very rarely. And if I do, it's gonna be like a little tiny counter standy or something. And Diablo items. Yeah, it's too late now. I'll have to remember that for next time. Ooh. Yeah, this is... I remember... Yeah, I've been on eBay for so long now. This was one of the holy grails for Earthbound collectors. Back in the day, the only merchandise that existed for Earthbound was this poster, which was highly sought after. It was not $23,000 back then, but this poster would easily go for $1,000 to $2,000. You know, we're talking like 15 plus years ago. And a ruler. There was a ruler, a wooden ruler that had the Earthbound logo on it and the Nintendo logo. The ruler would go for hundreds of dollars. This is how desperate Earthbound fans were. There were keychains from Japan of the characters. That was like the only figurative form of the characters that existed, were just like these little keychains. Those are pretty sought after. There was a plush from Mr. Saturn. And that was pretty much it. Like, there was a couple of other odds and ends, but that was pretty much like the merch for Earthbound. They added a lot more as the years went on, but this poster was always pretty coveted. Langrisser Millennium. I wonder if this is a exclusive Langrisser game. Is this a different Langrisser than... Is it a port? Wonder how the music is. Langrisser games typically have good music. Well, we found a D. And it was almost the long D with the long box. But it is 3DO. We have not stumbled upon a 3DO D first in a very long time. So we have been blessed tonight. Very rare sighting. Typically 3DO version is one of the last ones we run into. A couple scratches, a couple cracks. Honestly, not the best condition. Some scratches on the disc. In need of a loving home. Man, they really capitalized crack. They wanted you to know. Same seller also has a copy of The Coven for those interested, I believe. Yeah, same seller. A second D. This guy is just full on spread an eagle with this one, boy. It's definitely a very unique... Are you serious? They're just going all out with this listing, boy. Well, it is Valentine's Day. Never thought we'd get a crotch photo of D on eBay, but here we are. We finally... Where's the bingo? Check it off. Brand new and sealed, so it's got protection at least. Wow. Just when you thought you've seen everything. This may be the greatest photo of D on eBay of all time, seriously. Let's see if they take other photos in their crotch or if it's just D. Okay, they take other photos. I just don't think they understood what they were doing. However, not all of them are quite displayed like that one. Not going to show the back of the box on this one. Covers all you get. GameCube molded travel case. Boy, you're not discreet with that thing at all, boy. People definitely know what you got in that bag when you're traveling with that. I have a review of this game on my YouTube channel. Ultimately, great music, but it's just too easy. It's a very easy shoot 'em up. Actually, it's a good introductory shoot 'em up if you don't typically play shoot 'em ups. It's a good way to get into the genre. Wow, no game. Just for the Jaguar box and manual of Primal Rage, $400. Beautiful poster. Great colors. 4 years in the making. Which back then was actually a very long development time for a Super Nintendo game. Wow, that's a cool poster. You know that t-shirt that everybody has for Sonic 2? Well, here's the origins of it. Purchase your Sonic 2 cartridge before November 24th and get a free t-shirt. There are so many of these t-shirts made. That's actually cool. It's like a stand-up display. Pretty rare. In my opinion, overpriced a little bit though. Well, I'm pretty sure that $1,000 is pretty firm. Posters like that are like kind of no joke. It will sell eventually. I can see them accepting an offer of like $750 or more, but I don't see them going lower than that. Just gotta find the right buyer. It'll sell. Retro posters like that, especially unique ones like this, they're worth huge money. It's very unique, almost one of a kind. Not many of those left. $2014 Club Nintendo poster. I wonder how they gave this away. Oh, I guess from Club Nintendo, that would make sense. Palestine, mate. Right now we're just looking through rare. So we're pretty much getting everything possible. Man, I really wish I played Final Fantasy Mobius. Everything I've seen about that game, from the music to like the character designs, it all looks so cool, but you can't play the game anymore. The music especially is crazy in that game. 8-bit Do controllers. I'm not even sure if I've ever used one, to be honest with you. I may have. I think one of them I had a hard time pairing for some reason. Yeah, I don't typically use off-brand stuff. Is Tempo Storm still a thing? I know this was a big thing back during like the Hearthstone days. I don't recognize any of these names, so it's definitely not the Hearthstone people on this one. What was the Sonic Heroes game about? That PC copy? Sonic Heroes is just like Game where you swap out between 3 different characters at the same time. Not one of my favorite Sonics, that's for sure. I hate that mechanic. This is a cute platformer. Typically goes on sale digitally a lot. Physical, I have no idea. Considering the physical is from Super Rare, it's probably not easy to get anymore. But if you like 3D platformers, Hellpie is pretty okay. It was like a 7 out of 10 for me. Very PS2 era kind of platformer. I have not played Hearthstone since the Ungoro expansion, however long ago that was. I will never go back to it. The only 3D Sonic game you've ever played. Sonic Heroes? Seriously? Man. That's a really unique perspective, too, to have, having only played that as your only 3D Sonic. It'd be so interesting to know what you think about the other ones. Hello, Zero Skirbo. Yeah, I mean, I'll give Sonic Heroes another chance one day. But man, I've tried it a couple times now. I just can't get into that game. It's just, unfortunately, for me, it's just I can't get into games where you swap characters like that. I just don't like that gimmick. Very rarely do I like it. Virtual Boy glasses. When you think about it, it must have been really hard to market Virtual Boy. Because you can't really show the 3D effects. Open here and make the pages of Nintendo Power enter a new dimension. See, that's a cool idea. I guess the pages would be 3D. Yeah, I had the GameCube version for Sonic Heroes. I remember it was exciting because I'm like, oh wow, I'm getting to play a 3D Sonic game on a Nintendo console. Combat Queen. This is a really fun PS2 game if you play imports. It's an on-rails FMV shooting game. Think of it as like a first-person FMV Earth Defense Force with Japanese girls. FMV. Super wacky, pretty fun. Very playable. Vintage employee jacket. It's pretty cool. Probably really big. Probably extra big. Hello, Retrotopin. I've always wanted to play Desperia. This game looks crazy. Very trippy looking, like RPG kind of game or something. Yeah, they don't really show screenshots. Look at that cover though. Oh man, I can't remember when these were in stores. These were actually hard to get rid of. It's like, I think they went on clearance. Look at that design, though. It's a pretty cool skin. This was a launch 3DS game, I believe. Did any of you get this on the 3DS launch? I had launchitis, but I didn't have launchitis this bad. But you know what? It's probably a really fun game now for some reason. It's probably good fun now. I have not played World of Final Fantasy yet. It's on the list. It is on the list for sure. Nah, the 3DS launch was awesome. What an exciting launch that was. There was just such a variety of games on that thing. No, like, crazy standout games, but just the variety was fun. For me, at least. I enjoyed it. Ooh, super rare. One of the holy grails of CDI. Solar Crusade. Also available on PC, but this is the only console version this game ever got. It's just a rail shooter. One of those like FMV rail shooters. I thought that was Epona for a second. Nope. Just some digital wild horse islands. Zelda's Adventure. It is still very expensive, yes. It's a great game. I know people joke about Zelda's Adventure and meme about it, but I think if they actually sat down and played it, they'd be pretty impressed by it. It's fun. I enjoy it. It's got really cool backgrounds. It's just got like that kind of like natural look to it. I like it. Yeah, if you go to my channel and just search 3DS launch, you should find it. I was at the official sanctioned, like the 3DS launch event in New York City at Best Buy. Reggie was there and everything. Like that was essentially the official launch. They had demo kiosks set up outside, freezing my ass off out there, practically the whole day. It was worth it though. I was one of the first in line. The whole video is on my channel. I can't remember which one. I played Faces of Evil and Zelda's Adventure. I still haven't done Wand of Gamelon. I actually really liked Faces of Evil. I really don't think those CDI Zeldas are bad games. Yeah, I mean, they're silly and like the cutscenes are like a meme, but when it comes to the CDI, they're actually very solid games. Some of the best in the whole console. Really cool hand drum backgrounds too. The highlight of the evening. It was probably when Reggie came out and everybody was doing a countdown for the launch. They don't do launches like they used to anymore. Now everything is just pre-order online. Back then, back in my day, you had to get in line for that shit. You don't do that anymore. It's no fun. You wanted a game console on launch? Well, guess what? You were waiting outside for almost 24 hours. Probably in the freezing cold to get your damn console on launch. The last yeah, I remember I got in line for the Wii U. Even though I did pre-order it, I still wanted to get in line and wait for it to, like, you know. There were other people in line. You would line up a few hours early just to, like, get in there, get the games. And all the people that were next to me were in line to resell the console. I was like, well, I guess this is the last time I ever go to a console launch. Because this ain't fun. That is the cutest looking little Mario I have ever seen. Look how cute that is. His little side glance. It's apparently from Mario's Sunshine. Wall clinger. Huh, never seen that. That's pretty rare. That is pretty rare. I would have definitely saw that back in the day when I collected Mario stuff. Yeah, my Wii U experience was terrible. I was just next to a bunch of scalpers. I went there because I was like, oh, you know, it might be fun. Everybody will be excited to get the Wii U. We can talk about it. You know, we had even like people had pre-orders for it, but we still wanted to get in line. I may have been the only person there in line as a Nintendo fan and not as a damn scalper. It's like the worst launch experience ever. So this is backwards because it's a window cling, so you put it on the window and it reverses. It's actually... it's a pretty cool window cling. No, no. Wii U is just a local thing. I'm not even sure if they would do a Wii U event. I mean, I'm sure they were, but I'm not gonna travel. Like, when pre-orders are a thing, I'm just gonna go somewhere local. I'm not gonna, like, travel far to get that then. Pre-orders definitely killed the excitement of console launches, though, seriously. Ooh, we got D2. We got the full lineup tonight. Will we find enemy 0? It's usually like a little bonus. Not out of the ordinary with this copy. Nice and clean. .3DS was peak Nintendo. kind of agree. Honestly, though, I feel like peak Nintendo in recent years may have been the Wii. Just like creativity up the wazoo with the waggle and the motion controls. Still had the signature Nintendo music that we all know and love in their menus and shops and everything. But yeah, between the Wii and the 3DS, I think that's as good as we're ever gonna get it from Nintendo. One of my favorite Bowser plushies. Look at this. I love the face on this guy. Yoshi's Safari plush. Look at him. So evil looking. These plushes are actually kind of cool. They have a really unique look because they use decals for the eyes. You can see it's just like a decal. So it gives it a really unique cartoony look. They did that for a lot of the Super Nintendo Mario plushes back then. Well, if we're talking peak gimmick innovation Nintendo, I think it's 3DS and Wii. If we're talking like peak Nintendo games in general, then it's definitely not Wii. That would probably have to be more N64 into GameCube for me. I do think a lot about how like soulless, how like Nintendo has lost the touch when it comes to fun gimmicks. They play it very safe these days. Some of that magic is definitely gone. Makes me respect the Labo a little bit. Even though I never played it, I look back at that thing and I'm like, man, we're probably never going to see something like this ever again. I don't see myself playing Vagrant Story this year. The digital items still squeak through. Fortunately, there's no way to filter these out. Anybody want a Destiny 2 Collector's Edition signed by like the entire development team? Probably not, right? Whoa. That is heavily water damaged. At that point, I would just sell it as just a disc. The box is, to me, that's not even there. I don't know who in their right mind would keep that. Alright, let's do affiliate. This is for between the dates of February 1st and February 7th. So everything we're taking a look at here are things bought by people in the community. So if you want your stuff to show up on here, on the YouTube side, you gotta check my video and stream descriptions. You'll see the eBay affiliate link in there. Also, all the links I post in chat that I post during my eBay streams are affiliate links as well. So if you pick up something after clicking one of those links, it will hopefully track in here and we can see what you bought and what you paid. Starting us off, we've got Pokemon Sword and Shield Lost Origin Pikachu Trainer Gallery card, PSA 9. Tonquin Royal Staffordshire Blue Clarice Cliff Bowl. Alright, we're about to judge your bowl taste. I see. It is very classy. Pokemon Sapphire version for the Game Boy Advance. $88 loose cart. Sounds about right for Pokemon. Thunderworks Games Role Player Baseboard Game. What the heck is this? It's a board game. I don't know if any of you are familiar with it. Retro Pixel IPS Blacklight LCD screen for the new Geo Pocket Color. Oh, that's cool. Someone's backlight modding their Geo Pocket Color. Probably Chemdream. Chemdream's been picking up some Pocket Color stuff. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters to the Super Nintendo, $17. Clarice Cliff Royal Blue Plates again. They gotta go for the full set. Pokemon Card Scarlet and Violet Clay Burst Booster Box? Clay Burst? Is this a new set? I have not been following new Pokemon recently. Korean is like the cheapest Pokemon cards you could pretty much get. So if you don't mind it being in a different language that isn't English or Japanese, some people collect these because they're a lot cheaper. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, more Korean cards, booster box. Oh, for $151. Wow, $53. But I don't think they give you as many packs in the Korean one. Simplified Chinese Pokemon, $151. Just hitting all the languages. Gunpei for the PSP sealed, $7. Gunpei was rough for me. I bought that day one because it was a what was it, Q Entertainment game, right? But I could not get into Gunpei. Never got into that. Hey, thanks, Bilbo. Thank you for the 29 months with Prime. You collect base set only. That's the way to do it. Simplified Chinese, Gunpei, Assassin's Creed 3 remastered for the PS4. That's actually more than I thought it would be, 15 bucks. The Pool. Is that a horror movie? Sure looks like. Oh, that's a cool cover. Evil has resurfaced, or surfaced. Looks like a fun movie. When you mix hot teenagers, a vicious murderer, and an abandoned pool, you get a movie that is nearly irresistible. The Pool is that movie. A frightening horror story that begins when 13 hopeful teenagers graduate from high school. Yes, the perfect beginning plot for any horror movie. Elated at the thought of their new lives in college and the real world, the youngsters find a way to bust into their city's abandoned public pool and throw a huge party, but one of them has an ulterior motive, a desire for revenge that turns out to be fatal. That sounds fun. Voyage of the Jerry Shannara Series 3. Oh yeah, that's right. We saw some of those last week. Shannara books. Bomberman Hero, complete in box for N64, 121. Not bad, that's about the going rate for that complete. Actually, no, I think complete in box is more like 150, so that's a pretty good deal. Left 4 Dead for 360 for 23, not bad. That was getting pretty pricey at one point. It's like a $30 game. $40 almost, I think. Time Soldiers for the Swag Master System. Why'd they call it the Swag? I'm not familiar with why. I don't know. I don't know why Swag. Unless they... Oh, it must be a typo, Sega. Wow, that's a huge typo. I didn't even think of it being a typo. The Swag Master System. The Sega Swag. Halo Master Chief Collection for Xbox One, $10. True Crime, New York City, Xbox. I still haven't played the True Crime games. I hear they're really fun, though. Shining in the Darkness for Genesis, complete, 45. That has always been a nice, affordable Sega Genesis RPG. Lord of the Rings, the third age for PS2. Finally, someone has bought it. They finally got tired of hearing me talk about how awesome that game was. After I revisited it. Yeah, if you're in a Lord of the Rings mood lately, as I'm sure many of you are with the re-releases in the theaters, a couple weeks ago, you should try Third Age again. I think you'll be impressed by it. Even if you tried it already in the past and you weren't a fan, I think you'll like it on a second revisit. Dire Straits, the studio albums, 1978 to 1991 for $15. So that is it for this week's affiliate. I'm gonna give purchase of the week. Not many choices. I'm gonna give it to the blue Clarice plates. Followed up by the Pool DVD. And third place going to the Pokemon cards because they managed to buy Japanese, Korean, and Chinese, I think. But thank you to everybody who used the affiliate this week. Appreciate it. CD player. I have a CD player, but usually I just throw the radio on, honestly. Let's look up Sega. A nice general Sega search. But we're going to take out rare, because that's a little redundant. We're also going to take out lot, because that would also be redundant. We should probably put this under video games. There's a lot of Sega plushies and stuff out there. From the arcades and stuff in Japan. I think that's actually a pretty reasonable price for Zelda Adventure right now. That game got very pricey. There was a point where it was like $100. Yeah, I should have put in Swagger. Silver is a pretty cool Dreamcast RPG, by the way. I think a lot of people are unaware that this is even an RPG. If you like pre-rendered backgrounds, you should definitely check it out. It's a port of a PC game, but it works well on the Dreamcast. They actually like retooled the controls for this. Unless I have it backwards, maybe it was a Dreamcast game and then they retooled it for No, I think this is a port of a PC game. Even though for some reason, I don't know why I'm thinking that it may have been Dreamcast and then ported to PC. But the controls work decent on this for what it is. But yeah, for pre-rendered background lovers for sure. Streamed that a long time ago. What an amazing photo. First person perspective of it working. He looks like he's super into it while he's selling it. Yeah, are you winning, son? How long is this? It's 1 minute and 17 seconds. This is the longest video I've ever seen on eBay. Not a lot of people post videos. Thanks, TK. Wow, look at that. This reminds me of, like, what a father would do to his young son on, like, Christmas morning playing a game, like videotaping the kid, like, playing the game. You know what I'm talking about? Like the kind of thing you'd find on a VHS from 30 years ago. Do they do this for every game? I gotta see now, I'm curious. Okay, Resident Evil. No gameplay video, I'm disappointed. But I guess they were like, you know what? It's a $350 console bundle, so let's make a video. But hey, the N64 is $200 here apparently. What's up over a bit? Game Gear. Yeah, I mean, I have a Game Gear, but it's very, like, I have no reason to use my actual Game Gear anymore. If I play Game Gear stuff, I just use one of the various ways that I can just, like, stream it off my TV. dealing with an actual old Game Gear is a big pain in the ass. It's a very smug-looking Knuckles. I'm actually surprised that stuff like Shining the Holy Ark are still this quote-unquote affordable on the Saturn. Right, it just looks like the kind of thing that would be so much more expensive given what it is, but I think this did have a fairly high print run. It's not as rare as other RPGs. Great game. I always loved Shining the Holy Ark. Really fun dungeon crawler, great music. I'm sure my Game Gear is dead at this point. I'm sure that thing would not turn on. It's just crazy to me to see Game Gears going for more than like 10 or 20 bucks. Back when I was getting my Game Gear, you couldn't even give them things away. I think the Lynx is a lot better built than the Game Gear, that's for sure. That thing is pretty rugged. I have not played any of the Deception games. I don't think. May have dabbled in one of them a long time ago, but not in a meaningful way. The Crow, yeah, the Crow went up on price a lot. It's surprising. But I guess it is just like such a weird little obscure game. It's terrible. Really, really bad game. It's also really hard. Difficult. See, $25 on the affiliate list for Time Soldiers because it was on the Sega Swaga, not the Master System, Sega Master System. It's all about them typos getting the deals. Playable in 3D. I don't remember that being a thing when I played it. What do you just throw on a pair of 3D glasses? What is it supposed to do? Oh, you do need a 3D TV from that era? Wow, interesting. So few people probably played that in 3D. It's like the derpiest looking tails ever. I can't believe that people expect this much money for these now. These used to be so undesirable back in the day. Is this game really still this cheap? Mansion of Hidden Souls? Remember the Sega CD version of this used to scare me when I was really young. Creepy game. This is not the same game. I forget how it goes. One of them is like the prequel to the other or something, even though they pretty much have the same names. They are different games. This person here wants $52, $8 shipping. 33 shipped. Case of manual only, no game. I think this is actually a pretty good price for this. Because most other people here want a lot more. 35 free shipping. Seems really nice shape. Looks barely used. Yeah, I'll link the seller. That seems pretty good. Looks like they don't normally sell games, so that would explain why they kind of have it so cheap. Especially free shipping. Yeah, I forget the differences. It's subtle enough that they are kind of different from one another. I just can't remember the specifics. I have this poster. It's a really cool poster. A lot of people get this mixed up with like the ones that you would find as like a fold up in a game or something at the time, but this was an actual store display poster. It's really high quality. Essential survival horror on the Dreamcast. If you love to laugh while playing your survival horror games, this is the game for you. Some of the best cutscenes in the genre. Sylphid is a fun game. I'm just such a sucker for those kind of like pre-rendered FMV rail shooters. Love this stuff. Well, this one's not pre-rendered if I remember it. This one's actually using like 3D polygons, I think, to pull off the effects. It's been a while since I played it, but it's a cool game. I always hated these figures. Not just like whatever, it could be anything. They look great when they're holding a controller, but when they're not holding anything, they just look so weird, right? Like, look at that. So if there's nothing in its hand, it looks ridiculous. Wait, are people really asking $30 for Sega and Sonic All-Stars Racing? Has the time finally come where people accept that this is actually the greatest kart racer of all time? Sonic and Sega. No, not quite yet. They have not accepted that quite yet. Just this one person believes that it is, so they're charging $30 for it. Oh, Mario Kart 64 exists, but so does Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. I was gonna say, that's too good of a price for Spyro Block label. Printed front and back cover. Well, that's one way to spend Valentine's. Thank you, David. Hand-drawn covers. Yeah, it makes me think of that one time we found that hand-drawn cover of Tetris. Really cute little drawing. They lost the cover. It was like a PC version, no, PS1 version of Tetris, I think. And the seller made like a cute little drawing. And I thought it was the coolest thing ever. They didn't just like write Tetris on it. It was like a little illustration. They put some effort into it. And I linked it, and people ended up bidding on it. I think it went up to like $20 or $30 or something. Someone here won it, and then they asked the seller to sign it. They were apparently very flattered. I thought that was cool. Because normally the game is like $10. If that, $5. I think it might have even been a PC version of Tetris. I can't remember. That's actually a pretty good lot. It's got Steel Harbinger. There was a point where Steel Harbinger, people were attempting to price manipulate this game. Forget who brought it to my attention. Or I think I may have found out when I was browsing eBay. I can't remember. But there was a point where all copies of Steel Harbinger were cleared out from eBay. There were none available, and there was like one person that every time... That's right, I think I found out, because I remember I found this one seller, and I'm like, oh, let's go see what else they're selling, or whatever I did. I did some like deep diving, and the same seller kept relisting and selling Steel Harbinger over and over and over. for like pretty high prices. So they were trying to manipulate the market on the game. Kind of evened out eventually. There's just not enough demand for that game. However, this is a pretty good lot. Because Steel Harbinger is not like dirt cheap anymore, let's say. It's, you know, it's not pricey or anything, but... it's fallen quite a bit since that time. It's like 20 bucks, 15 to 20, 25, 30. It's kind of all over the place. I'd say 20 on average. I think this is a reasonable lot. $10 shipping though. It's like 10 bucks a game. Which is probably about like what a lot of these are worth. The best thing here is Steel Harbinger. Sadly, I think with the shipping it kinda takes it out of the range, but let's see what they got in their store. Themed lots, I like it. Oh, here's another fun listing. Some fun jank in there. More like $10 to $15 games. Decent store. I will link you the seller. Open Ice is one of the more expensive and desirable sports games on PS1. Just a heads up if you ever see this game or even have it in your collection. It's supposed to be pretty good too. 2-on-2 Open Ice Challenge. Not gonna lie, it sounds pretty fun. It's probably a really fun arcadey kind of hockey game. 2-on-2 just sounds so interesting. I think Opuna will get expensive. I think when the time comes when people really start getting nostalgic and collecting Wii, I do anticipate that Opuna would be one that gets a lot of the attention. 2 amazing games back to back. Power Shovel, great game. Really arcadey, fun, wacky. It's sort of like a... you wouldn't think it from looking at it, but it's like a WarioWare kind of game, in a way. Not quite WarioWare, but it's like just a bunch of silly mini games. Irritating Stick, one of my favorite PS1 games that are out there. I'm a little biased on that one though, just saying. I may or may not have spent a long time speedrunning that game. May or may not still have the world record in the game. Aquanaut Holiday I still haven't played. Akuji the Heartless is really, really visually impressive game, but it has an interesting story. The first half of the game, visually stunning, amazing game. And then suddenly halfway through the game it almost changes into a completely different experience because they supposedly ran out of budget and time to finish the game. So you'll see this weird cutoff where you're playing this amazingly detailed Tomb Raider-like action game. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere you're just hit with these super basic drab levels. And that's the sort of like cutoff point where development pretty much sped up. Bubsy 3D. More people than... just think about this right now. More people than ever have played Bubsy 3D recently thanks to that collection that came out. And by more people than ever, it's probably like 10 people. But it's a start. Fix the Adventure. This is a fun platform. I definitely recommend this. Fair price on this too if it's complete. Nice condition. So this is a really interesting 3D platformer where the view is top-down isometric style. But the gimmick with this is that you have a magnetic... push-pull system. So, like, the different polarities will essentially like pull him towards certain magnets and push him away from others. But it's really cool because you could use the push and pull to do like really high jumps and stuff. It's really, you use momentum essentially. It's a momentum platformer. So if you're a 3D platformer fan and you still haven't played Fix the Adventure, really good game. All this stuff is from the same seller. They got some good games. They actually got good taste. I knew the moment I saw Bubsy 3D, we were in for a good seller here. I'll link them. Yeah, if you ever do a full playthrough of Akuji, you'll see what I'm talking about. And it's startling too. I definitely noticed it when I was playing. I'm like, whoa, what happened to the cool level designs? Because the first level in that game is fantastic. I remember there's just like this beautiful waterfall, and it just looks so cool. They put all their effort into the beginning of the game. So much fun, weird little things they included in the collector's edition for this Arctoleg collection. This one here is kind of like torn up and used a little bit already with the little standees. Outer box is nice though. Good condition overall. One of the last remaining PS1 RPGs I need. I've been told that the first two games in the collection are really good. See, look, Black Label Tenchu. This person wants $43 shipped. That other lot had this with other good games for, what was it, 50 bucks? That was a pretty good lot. I don't know if anybody picked it up. I do not recommend Vampire Hunter D. I'd only recommend this to absolute hardcore fans of Vampire Hunter D. This had to be one of the worst survival horror games I've played on PS1. Very disappointed in this. I expected better from a game with D in the title. Galarian's at 100. I'm pretty sure that's about what that game's going for. That game's not like too pricey. Man, I was watching somebody stream this like a week ago, a little bit. This Batman and Robin game. This game has crazy atmosphere. I know it's not supposed to be that good of a game, but man, the graphics in this game, pretty impressive. Very dark, very brooding, great lighting. It actually looked pretty cool, especially the city sections where you're driving around. I'm also a big fan of Resident Evil Survivor. If you've avoided Survivor because you're like, oh, it's a light gun game, I can't play or don't play light gun. No, this game is perfectly playable with analog. It's actually very fun to play with analog. Yeah, Survivor's a really short quick, nice little spin-off game. It really is like a arcadey first-person Resident Evil. People are still buying handhelds for sure, especially Nintendo stuff. Oh, hold on, we got a copy of Eco with a sticker on it. $3.99, but it doesn't specify. Ah, they tore off the sticker. See that? Never tear your stickers off. It's a GameStop sticker. Oh well. Thanks, Gabe. Thank you very much for 38 months with Prime. 2020 dated sticker though. Does it really have a 2020 sticker? No, I don't think that's the year. There's no way. I mean, maybe. Oh, 3/19/2020 for $3.99. That must have come from a thrift store. That is pretty rare. Find an Eco for $4. Yeah, a COVID variant of Eco, exactly. I was gonna say, what the heck am I looking at here? Transparent PS2. So you can watch your disc spin. Oh my god, what a jump scare song that is. Favorite fantasy creature? I don't know. I mean, dragons are always cool, but there's so many dragon designs. I guess werewolves. I've always liked werewolves. SH3? Silent Hill 3? What do you mean? Was it expensive in 2006? I have not seen those variant PS2s, no. Wasn't Manhunt getting pretty... I feel like we checked this last week, but then I found out I think it was just one listing that was really pricey. Let's double check this. No, 45 is about right. I think that what it was, I think a week or two ago, there was someone trying to sell Manhunt for like $100, and I was like, "Whoa, let's check this." Ooh, we got moisture damage. I've been looking forward to trying Legaia 2 at some point. Just something about these like PS2 era turn-based games that they're just so cozy. Even the bad ones, I still look forward to playing them at this point. Feels like, you know, the last stand of the traditional turn-based RPGs. Especially before, like, they got too anime in style, you know what I'm talking about? There's just something about those PS2 games with the 3D renders and everything. Now everything is just, like, anime portraits. Or just straight up, like, pure anime for, like, a lot of the turn-based stuff. So it's nice to go back and play PS2 era before it came down to that entirely. You know what I'm saying? These days... like NIS, Xseeds, you know, they pretty much just take care of a lot of that stuff now, but a lot of those new ones that they release just aren't for me. It's nice to play one that's maybe like 30, 40 hours on the PS2 instead of some like 80-hour epic. I wish Fresh Games would have continued. Fresh Games had the potential to be a really good publisher for PS2. They were really publishing some really obscure stuff. It's a shame. It's water damaged. It's like Okage, great example, right? It's like when you think of PS2 RPGs, it's one of the first ones that always comes to mind for me. I don't know about you guys, but this one always comes to mind for me. Fully 3D rendered RPG, quirky graphics. I want more stuff like this. Yeah, there's nothing else out there like Okage's art style. Super unique. Hello, Sneaker Freak. Anime slop. That's a good way of describing it. I mean, I have nothing against anime RPGs. It's just that, you know, that tends to be all we get these days, you know what I'm saying? For the most part. It's either that or like indie 16-bit Super Nintendo looking games. It's very hard to get something that emulates PS2 era. I can't wait until we get to... Right now, there's a lot of indie games and stuff that emulate PS1 games. I can't wait until people are like, you know what? Let's make our games look like a PS2 game instead. That's what I'm excited for. This is actually a pretty rare game. This used to be more expensive, either that or this person actually has a good price here. But there was a point where this is like a $40 game, this PTO4 game. These are rough games. I tried playing a game in this series, boy. They are cool if you're into them, if you're into like warfare in the sea with lots of strategy, tons of strategy. But it's pretty, like these series, I don't know if it's this one that you can do it in, but you can put like lasers on your ships and everything, so it's kind of like, I don't think this one, but some of the other games in this Koei series get pretty wacky. Might have been Sub Rebellion. Similar to that series. Did I play Sub? No, maybe I don't think I played Sub Rebellion. No, there's another one I played. What about Fragile Dreams on Wii? What about it? It's a great game. I like Fragile Dreams. I want to play that again one of these Octobers, so I look forward to trying it again. The problem with Fragile Dreams for me is the beginning of that game is so strong. I love the opening hours of Fragile Dreams. The first like 5 hours are amazing. But like the midway point, I always burn out. It's the midway section of that game. Like once you get to the area where you're in the amusement park, I don't know, it just starts going downhill for me. But the beginning is amazing. Sheep Raider on PS1, a good game. It's good, I played it. It's one of the best looking PS1 games in my opinion. The graphics are really nice. They still hold up today. Really looks like a cartoon come to life. Field copy of Xenosaga. Where are my kick chatters at? Let's see your Xenosaga emotes. Should hopefully be doing another Xenosaga stream. Like one of these nights I'm gonna be too tired to do a normal stream or something, so look forward to it. It should hopefully be soon. I mean, I don't hope to do, you know, it's not like I'm sitting here hoping to be like, man, I'm too tired to do a normal stream tonight. But that's what will usually result in a Xenosaga stream on Kick. Don't forget to join us over there if you want to watch me play Xenosaga. They are Kick exclusive streams. You can still catch the VODs on there. I think they're all still archived. Harvester on PC? Yeah, I played it. I think my playthrough of that is on YouTube, actually, if you wanted to watch it. My second channel. Great game. Really weird. I'm kind of like waiting until I forget a lot about the game so I can play it again years from now and try and, you know, have fun with it again. Imagine if all Xbox 360 covers looked like this, where the cover was under like a translucent green like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if every cover had like a bright 360 green kind of effect on top of it? Sure catch your eye in the store, that's for sure. Which generation is best to buy at the moment? Right now, probably PS4 and Xbox One. PS4 games are dirt cheap at the moment. So have any of you played the new Rayman compilation? I'm curious what you think about the new music. Is it as bad as people are saying? Yeah, they don't have the rights to the original music. So they had the Rayman Legends guy compose a new soundtrack entirely. Apparently the hardcore fans are really pissed off. Wow, this here actually, earlier we had a copy. Remember I scrolled by it. It had no manual. It was bid up to almost $100. This one here has no manual and it's $58. Probably actually a pretty good price, though I don't suspect any of you are looking to buy this game for $60 with no manual. Wolverine still surprisingly affordable. No manual on that one though. Unfortunately, it's like a weird thing, Donuts. If you're on mobile, it doesn't show. It has to be on a browser. Yeah, someone else ran into that problem yesterday. If you're in like a app version of Kick, it won't let you do it, unfortunately. You gotta go to like the browser version and hope that it doesn't force you over to the app. I'm not sure if clicking the subscribe banner in the About section does it for you. I'm not sure if that's still... I'm not sure if I have that linked to something. Let's check what things are selling for right now. I don't think we did that last week. It's always good to know. Oh, somebody bought that copy of Infernal. So it's so funny, like, seeing a game we looked at selling tonight. Somebody bought this Sega CD lot. Probably mostly because of Soulstar. OG Xbox hasn't gone up too much because generally there's not a lot of games on there that are rare enough to see major price increases. A lot of original Xbox stuff is pretty common. Also, a lot of stuff on original Xbox is third party, and a lot of people prefer to collect for... There's more Nintendo and PlayStation collectors, so they'll buy the third party stuff on PlayStation or GameCube. And a lot of the exclusives are really not that hard to get. So there's there's not quite enough demand for original Xbox to be that pricey right now. Now, has it gone up in price over the last 10 years? Absolutely. But the increases are pretty minimal. You got your handful of games, like the Otogi games are, of course, pretty pricey now. There's some outliers out there. But original Xbox is really not that bad of a console to collect for. It's doable. Plus you get the added benefit that some of the games are backwards compatible with Series X. Multiplats are cheaper on Xbox compared to PS2 typically just because of the PlayStation effect. PlayStation's been around longer, so you have more diehard fans that have been playing PlayStation since they were kids. PlayStation 1 and well, I was gonna say 1 and 2, but PlayStation 1, so it's just a stronger brand. I feel it's more of a stronger loyal brand than Xbox. So people that are loyal to PlayStation, they're gonna buy the PS2 versions instead of the Xbox versions. $45 for the Michael Jackson game on Wii? Really? Wow. That has definitely gone up, hasn't it? Guess everybody's getting ready for that biopic movie. Dark has come down in price a lot. Dark was like $60, $70 during the 360 apocalypse. Dark, though, is a pretty uncommon game. It's just supposed to be bad. You'll see an appearance of this one of these Octobers. Vampire stealth game. Look forward to it. Eurogamer says Vampires done right. We'll see about that. Another amazing vampire game. Should just do back-to-back Dark and Vampire Reign. Well, these are sold listings. So if you see something cheap here, it's because someone already bought it. No map. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about Dark. The beginning's rough. Yes, no, the capacitors are a pain in the butt with Xbox. At least you don't really got to deal with that with PS2 as much. PS2, it's more about just don't use a freaking Slim and you'll be fine. Wow, Warhawk, $25. Okay, so that one that we saw in that listing earlier, I didn't expect Warhawk to be selling for 25 bucks greatest hits. But that was in one of the lots I linked earlier for a pretty good price. Also, just to let all of you know, I am doing a sponsored segment at the end of this stream. It will be on Twitch, but I will be checking out the that new God of War game, Sons of Sparta. So if you're interested, we'll be doing that later in the stream. But because it's a Twitch sponsored thing, it's gonna only be on Twitch. So, but just a heads up, just letting you guys know. Game's got like crazy good reviews on the PSN store, so I'm curious to see how it is. It's like almost a 5.0, which is surprising, to say the least. And there it is. It happened. It always happens every eBay stream. I mention something, and then 5 seconds later, what I mentioned pops up. Every eBay. It says God of War. It's really interesting seeing what the 360 games are going for now. Now that everything's calmed down. David Jaffe hated it, so it's probably pretty good. I did see him complaining about it, yes. So it probably is pretty good. We'll see. It's definitely not going to be a fresh coat of paint on the new God of War trilogy. No, they're gonna redo the whole thing. For sure. I don't think they've really given much detail on the trilogy remaster yet in terms of like what to expect. I'll tell you right now, if they don't censor it, day one buy no matter what, I'll support it. I want dual sense vibration mini games, you know what I'm saying? They give that to me, I'll buy the digital deluxe War of the Gods Master Edition. Somebody really paid $225 for Blast Core? I just scrolled by a copy of this not long ago that was like $75 complete in box. Some people really value mint, huh? I mean, it is pretty mint, but at some point, I mean, you just gotta take a little bit of wear on your box and save a ton of money, you know? Hey, that ain't mint. There's a crease in the manual. What are they talking about? Very clean, A+. Hey. Come on now. Man, for that price, I would have expected this thing to be pristine. You've been mowing for 3 hours? You're mowing the lawn for 3 hours? Man, you must have some property. Well, you got like a regular lawnmower, or are you using like one of those ones you ride around on? You live on a mansion or something? Farm or something? Or are you using a weed whacker? Well, that would explain it. There it is, the trilogy. Someone paid $300. Yeah, I never realized. I forgot the others are 2 discs. I looked up how many hours of cutscenes are in each game. The third one has even more cutscenes than the first game, if you can believe that. I highly doubt Xenosaga is getting re-released. I wouldn't hold out on that. $26 for Condemned, plus shipping. People are finally starting to realize that that's just an amazing exclusive for 360. Xenosaga 1 is one of the handful of games that uses DVD 9 format. Is that just like a higher capacity DVD or something? Wait, does this version of Resident Evil Remake use motion controls? Is it an option? Resident Evil Archives? Let me just ask, is there any reason to play this version of Resident Evil Remake over any other version? Or is it just a straight port? Doesn't mention anything. It's better than the remaster. Yeah, I think if I were to play again, it would be the original 4x3 mode. I still think about the graphics in that game. We really do not need a remake of Resident Evil 1. We really do not. Like, that is... We already have the perfect remaster. I don't see how you top that. You ain't topping pre-rendered backgrounds like that. Back to this one. I wouldn't expect somebody to buy a flattened box like that for so much money, but I guess they value the fact it probably doesn't have creases in it. It's pretty mint looking. See, this is what I'm talking about. I mentioned this. This one comes with a memory card, but Black Label Jak and Daxter, it ain't no $10 game anymore. People are paying $30+ for it, especially if it comes with the the manual map. No, I'm talking about the GameCube version of Resident Evil Remake. I feel like that's still such like a perfect version of that game. Hey, thanks, Mike. 109-month resub. Thank you very much. Why are there so many copies of Xenosaga selling lately? That's interesting. Just unusual, you know, we've scrolled by several copies that are sold. And controls are tough. I mean, they're manageable. Well, I guess the PS4 version adds the modern controls, right? So I guess if you prefer modern controls, you can go with that version. Cosmos Actor Leak? What was the Actor Leak? Oh, right. Cosmos voice actor posted that she's in a 2026 Xenoblade game. Yeah, I guess that would get some people excited. PS4 version also has light that doesn't interact with character models anymore, like on GameCube. So what do you mean by that? Like, say you're walking past a candle or something, it would reflect on the GameCube version on the character, but not in the PS4 version? I didn't know that. I love that kind of stuff. Here and there, Tom. Nothing too regular. Interesting. I did not know that about the lighting. This is a pretty cool looking DS game, by the way, this Scooby-Doo game. It's one of those games that uses 3D backgrounds and kind of like sprites on top of them or something. Sort of a 3D action game. If you're a fan of 3D Nintendo DS games that are like fully 3D, you might like this one. Really cool effect in this game. No, I wouldn't say the Silent Hill prices are because of PT. It's just because of Silent Hill, pretty much. Silent Hill has always crept up over the years. But I think it is too. There's just a lot of stuff going on with Silent Hill these days that people just keep craving the originals. Right, they're pretty much pumping out a Silent Hill game every year at this point. Still never played this game. I hear it's a pretty decent, pretty weird game. Flower, Sun, and Rain. Graphics actually look pretty interesting in this. It's not the traditional sprite-based graphics you'd expect. Is it 3D renders? You anticipate Silent Hill collection soon. Whatever they think will make them money, for sure. Especially what they did with the Metal Gear Solid collection. I have still never played any Fossil Fighters games. I think I heard, though, that the second one here is better than the first. I think I'd really like them now. I feel like I'd like this. Back then, they were a little too gimmicky for me. The heck is a Zooble? I wonder what you do in the game. Is it like a Tamagotchi? Oh yeah, no, Fossil Fighters started on the DS. Honeycomb Beat. I don't think I've ever looked at this game before. Put your brain to the test with a cool fusion of music and addictive puzzle action. Solve puzzles by clicking on honeycomb tiles to match the color in the playfield. Sounds easy. Multiple puzzles increase the challenge. I wonder to know how the music plays into it. It actually probably looks like a fun game. Anybody ever play this? Have I tried Korg DS10? Yes, and I will never touch it again. I've said it a few times, but that game broke my DS Lite, the speaker, because the frequency as it was hitting the speaker just like gave out. It blew out. Like it worked, but it had a crackle ever since I played that game. So I do not recommend you play that Korg DS10 game unless you're willing to risk your speaker quality. Or just use headphones. Wow, I don't think I've ever noticed the Japanese box for Mario DS64. What a weird cover. Look at that. Wow, they did like a diorama look on the back. Huh. I still don't like this cover at all. I don't know how I feel about that. Very zoomed out. Feels like Mario is such a small focus. The Wizard of Oz DS game, yes, it's a lot more expensive now. Is this a puzzle game? Oh, it is. Wait, is that Arkanoid? Doesn't really say. Looks like Arkanoid. And then they give you like a virtual joystick on the bottom. It's like Breakout. Huh. It's probably a pretty fun game. It's hard to mess up Breakout. Can't go wrong. What a very unflattering cover. Oh. Forget what you call this kind of puzzle. Oh, it looks like you're just stacking stuff on the right. Having it try not to topple or something. Physics-based puzzles. Keep it from falling. Huh. Actually, that sounds kind of fun. Interesting little puzzle games on the DS. Most expensive DS game. It's got to be one of those weird, like, bargain bin games. Some of them are really pricey. I can't remember the names. It's not like the 3DS where that one Barbie game is like $1,000 plus blockade checks. You know, the DS, not so much the 3DS, but the DS still looks very manageable to collect for. There's still a lot of cheap little games here. Of course, once you start getting into the RPGs and stuff, yeah, that gets a little pricey. It seems like you can still pick up some fun stuff on here. Like Polar Bowler. How have I never heard of this before? Looks amazing. How many M&M games were there on there? Jeez. It's like, I would say make sure you pick up Rhythm Heaven before the new one comes out, but I'm not sure about the price on this going up. Rhythm Heaven was printed like crazy on the DS. I couldn't see it going up much more. I'm really excited for the new Rhythm Heaven though. I keep forgetting that's coming out. Hopefully soon. Steel Princess. I passed on getting this when it came out. Any of you ever play this one? I forget why I passed on it. I think I watched a couple of reviews. Didn't seem like it was for me. Jump, swing, climb, and battle through over 150 brain-teasing levels. Oh, that would be why. It's like a puzzle game. Create levels via the Wi-Fi connection and replay levels. Wow, you used to be able to make levels and share them online with other players? That's crazy. I miss it when DS games did stuff like that. Online DS games were just such an odd little thing. I wish I played more of them. It's really a shame that a lot of these Pokemon games that are on the DS, it's really best to avoid playing them unless you want to scratch up your screen. Like, I will never be able to play Pokemon Dash. Unless I get, like, a screen protector or something. Because all you do in this game to run is you scratch your screen with the stylus. You just flick it the whole time. It's everybody that plays it says it ruins their screens. And then there's another one where all you do is just like circle things. Those are the Ranger games, right? Pokemon Ranger, you're just there circling over and over. It's like, man. One way to wreck your screen. I remember playing Diddy Kong Racing online. That was fun. That was totally worth it. It was one thing to just have Diddy Kong Racing on handheld, but to be able to play it online against other people, Especially battle mode, amazing. I miss it. Break them all. It actually looks like a decent breakout game. I love breakout games. This is now one of the most expensive DS games. Essentially a sequel to Blue Dragon. And exclusive to DS. You used to be able to play this game online. You could team up with other players. Wouldn't that be cool? I believe. Yeah, you can play that one online. I think. I'm almost certain. Any of you ever play this one? It's like stylus-based RTS. Spectral Force Genesis. It's always been cheap. Gotta be a reason. Do I own any limited edition DS, 3DS? I don't have any limited edition DS. I don't like collecting limited edition consoles. The only time I get a new console is when there's like an explicit reason to get one. In the case of the 3DS, I do have two, my original, and then I got the new 3DS XL, which is the one that I got modded. My new 3DS XL is the lime green one that came with like that Yoshi game. Mario World or whatever it was, digital. It's like, I don't know anything about these shows, but sometimes these little games could be fun. I wanted to see if this was side-scrolling, I'm assuming it is. I really loved DS games that did like that early 3D, like a 3D platformer. I gotta play more of those. The 3D on the DS is just like, it's like, okay, portable N64 in my hands. I was hoping we see the back of the box. Imagine a DS game about dream wedding locations. Back when Nintendo had the casuals captured with a vice grip. Logic Trainer. Find the box that logically comes next in this series and tap it. I think it's like one of 6 different areas to train your brain. Oh yeah. There are so many of these kind of games thanks to Brain Age. See, this is the, if I ever go back to collecting DS, this is the kind of stuff that I want to get. These random, weird, like $10 games. Right? Like, I'm sure this ATV Quad Frenzy game is probably pretty fun. I bet you. No one here has probably played it. I bet you this is a super fun game. It's probably got, like, that really midified, terrible compression rock music. Probably jank as hell motion, not motion controls, but, like, touchscreen controls. I feel like that kind of stuff would be really fun to go back to on the DS. Because I've been clicking on a lot of these, and I'm like, man, this actually looks pretty fun. Like Fish Tycoon, come on. You know this is going to be a blast. A swimmingly good time. Go fishing for profits. Oh, look, you got, look, it's like, it's essentially the slop that we see on PSN these days, but on your DS. So it's like a theme park fish game. With 3D backgrounds, too. It actually looks pretty good. Crossbreed species to create unique hybrids. 750 plus possibilities. I feel like I'm about to... Yeah, this is going to be one of my next DS pickups right here. Little do you guys know, the best game on the DS is sitting right in front of us. Clownfish arowana. The first one I'm breeding. Well, I guess that wouldn't really work, would it? Because that would be saltwater, freshwater. But who cares? Mix it together. It could be fun. Winter's Tale. $3. Come on, how bad can it be? Okay, maybe it could be pretty bad. Parrot Pals. Raise and train your very own tropical bird. So that sounds fun. Parrot Pals get you playing and talking with your new pet parrot. See, and you got the mic on the DS so you can talk to the bird and it probably talks back to you. Choose from 8 beautiful breeds of exotic birds. Name your pet food and care for it. And teach it amazing tricks. When your pet parrot is comfortable in its new home, you can even speak to it and it will learn to repeat your words. I knew it. I knew they would do it. See, that's cool. Use the DS microphone to teach your parrot to talk, interact, and play games like tug of war and chase the ball with your parrot and even hold a parrot race. Bright, colorful, intuitive, and easy to play. I feel like I almost got to start keeping a list. Oh, thanks, K-Tromania. Very generous of you. Appreciate the super chat. Or the super sticker, I think, in this case. Really appreciate it. Sugar Sugar Rin Queen exam. I feel like they're about to reawaken the DS in me. With all these jank-ass games they got on here. I love the DS. I actually think I like the DS more than the 3DS. I don't know if that's a hot take or something, but I think overall I enjoy the games on DS more than 3DS. Just something about DS games. They're still in that, like, primitive N64 kind of stage. I guess the best way of putting it is DS was still really exciting because at that time it was like incredible to get a game with a 3D engine in the palm of your hand. So like Mario 64 on the DS was mind-blowing, right? And there's just something exciting about having something that you were like, man, how can games ever look any better than this in the palm of your hand? And then, yeah, obviously they did get better. But I don't know, I just really love that sort of transition to the DS for the visuals. I know they're very, very primitive and kind of outdated looking at this point, but I'm a fan of it. Of course, the 3DS has the 3D gimmick, which is, you know, it's an amazing gimmick. That will stand the test of time for sure. Frogger's back to his classic beginnings. No, we don't want classic beginnings. We want janky 3D platformer. That's what we want. I also think that disc games used the touchscreen. Well, they were really, really creative back then with the touchscreen because it was like brand new and fresh. Especially the early games, right? Think of WarioWare. I always talk about Yoshi's Touch and Go because I still feel like that's one of the perfect examples of both the dual screens and the touchscreen. Touch and Go is an amazing game. I hear that this is one of the only Suikoden games that plays like a traditional RPG. Is that correct? So it's like a very by-the-books, like here's a smaller party size kind of thing. I feel like I would like this game, to be honest. But it's also a very long game, from what I understand. Suikoden Tier Cruise. Oh yeah, no, Ninja Gaiden Dragon Sword that's a good DS recommendation. I played that like 5 or 6 years ago, probably at this point. It's difficult, but man, the dual screen on that is so cool. It's one of the few DS games that uses... So it's like a top-down action game, right? But it uses the top and bottom screen to kind of create a vertical layout, which is very uncommon for a action game like that on the DS. It's a very unique feeling. Cool game. Hard, though. Hard game. Shining Stars Super Starcade. 19 exciting arcade games. See, and you guys thought there wasn't anything left to play on DS. Look at this. You never even heard of this one. Probably for good reason. I have a DSi XL. I have every iteration of the DS. I bought every one they released as they came out. I don't keep up with Switch collecting, I couldn't tell you. I don't even consider myself a Switch collector, to be honest. It's too much to keep up with. I don't really keep up. Switch is just such a minefield with like how many games are out, how many limited release games are out on that thing. Pretty much whatever forcefully limited releases come out on the Switch are probably the ones that'll go up in price, but I really do not keep up with Switch stuff. Yeah, then you get the cart revisions, cart re-releases. It's like, no thanks. I'd much rather collect for consoles where I know what's out there. Like, it's set in stone. It's not like a vast, endless ocean of games. So were Trashies a collectible thing or something when this came out? What are these? Trashies. Never heard of them. Trash pack. I wonder how the DS version of this Spyro game is. Oh, it actually looks pretty good. Have any of you played this version of Legend of Spyro? Dawn of the Dragon on DS? They got like Panzer Dragoon levels. Huh. It's probably pretty good. That looks like a very impressive looking DS game, visually. Sands of Destruction. Man, the team that worked on this game was absolutely crazy. I forget like the whole lineup, but it's like, man, if you heard who worked on what in this game, you'd be like, whoa. It's like the all-star lineup of JRPG developers. The game is sadly just alright, which is the crazy part. I remember the last time I played this, it was impressive in terms of like the dual screen battles and everything, but I remember everything taking a very long time in this game. Everything was very slow. I think there was voice acting too, which was pretty impressive for the time. I feel like I should try Sands of Destruction again at some point. But man, for the pedigree it had, it was a little underwhelming. Barnyard Blast. What do you do in that one? Jagged Alliance. I don't think I've ever seen this one. Oh, it's like a port of a PC game or something? Huh, didn't even know this was a thing on the DS. Albert Odyssey is very slow on Saturn, yes. I have not played Project X Zone. It's basically Castlevania with pigs. Oh, that sounds interesting. Barnyard Blast, huh? Yeah, I do kind of remember something with this game. I always see the cover. Yeah, it looks cute. Take your word for it, I'll keep that on my list of games to check out one day. Yeah, see, I feel like I'd have a lot of fun getting back into the DS and going for these kind of games. The cheap, like, $20 and under games. Maybe we didn't appreciate them back then, but now they're actually kind of fun little games. Thanks for the recommendation. This is always one of my favorite games on the 3DS. launch game that a lot of people probably passed on, but man, Shadow War, so good. It's pretty much just XCOM, but a really nice XCOM clone. One of the first XCOM clones that came out after the 360 ones. Yes, there's a ton of charm on the DS, I agree. Ton of charm. Fun little quirky games with gimmicks. See, this is the one I have modded. So that's when I stream DS or 3DS, this is what I use. I like the color. Yeah, I'm aware of the Quarry in the House game and the recent price spike on that. Pretty ridiculous to me, but whatever. People, you know, they want to waste their money on whatever they want. Curling on DS. Seriously? Who knew there was a curling game? And you know what? The funny thing is, it's probably pretty fun with the touchscreen, because then it feels like you're actually like curling on your little touchscreen, right? You're like slipping that thing. It's probably pretty good. Oh, actually, I just thought, you know what? No, you don't want to play this. You know why? When they have you play as the sweeper, you're going to be there on your touchscreen scratching it like crazy. So yeah, we got to pass on that, unfortunately. Oh, I mean, I could have told anybody that a mile away. The stupid meme games that spike in price to astronomical amounts. Give it enough time, they come down. Yeah, like that stupid Piglet game. Ridiculous. I don't understand why they make them go that high in price. I remember being very disappointed by this Heroes of Ruin game. I expected it to be something completely different than what it was. I played it online and everything. I bought it day one, played online with like people from YouTube, and man, I remember not liking it. But yeah, it was a dungeon crawler that you can play online with 4 people. I wish I could remember why I hated it. It's just Sonic Jazz remixes. Alright, so before it starts getting too late, I am going to have to get ready to transition over to the God of War segment, but just wanted to remind everybody, since we did get quite a bit of new subscribers on YouTube and followers elsewhere tonight. If this is your first time on one of my eBay streams, I do eBay streams every Saturday night. If I miss a Saturday night, then it'll most likely be on a Sunday and very rarely a weekday. So I do these eBay streams every single weekend. So be sure to subscribe or follow if you want to catch them in future weeks. But I am getting ready I'm going to be doing an hour segment of the new God of War Sons of Sparta game. And that is a Twitch-only sponsored thing, so you're welcome to come over to my Twitch channel if you want to watch that and get my first impressions on that game. I will put the link in the YouTube and Kick chats. whatever. It's just gonna post in all chats. Ignore it if you're on Twitch. I can't be bothered to get it to post in 2 of them. Alright, so give me 1 minute. I just gotta like turn my PS5 on my TV and whatever. So give me a moment. The Twitch stream's gonna keep going, but the other streams will end, so just a heads up. But thank you to those of you that come and hang out. And if I don't see you on Twitch, I will see you in the next stream. This week, gameplay-wise, I will be playing, I think 1.5 more streams of Romeo is Dead. I should be able to beat it. And there will be a Ni no Kuni stream this week. And I don't know, I've been feeling the RPG Maker bug as well, so maybe, not guaranteeing it, but if I'm feeling it, I might start streaming RPG Maker again. If I'm feeling it this week, so we'll see. Anyway, give me a moment, we'll be playing God of War here in a moment.